guys, what's going on? SpiroKid here, and today we're starting off with a different playthrough. Today we're resuming one that I did a while back, but because of Dragoon and Dragon Quest, I had to put that off for a little bit because it was a little bit confusing with all the playthroughs going around. We were returning to our life. Beginning and always, Derek's Route. This is more of a story-focused visual novel game. I felt like I needed a little bit of story in my head because it was going to be a little bit much with all the grinding and difficulty and whatever and such. So, this is what we're going to be doing today. Alright, and we'll be starting our life in just a moment, but first, here are today's top stories. Starting off with AP News Minute.
This is AP News Minute. Officials say a suicide bomber struck a crowded mosque inside a police compound in Pakistan, killing at least 59 people. The bombing caused the roof to collapse, and most of the casualties were police. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is urging Israel and the Palestinians to exercise restraint amid a spike in violence that has the region on edge. Blinken met with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu Monday and will meet with Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas on Tuesday. The Virginia elementary school where a 6-year-old boy shot and wounded his teacher has reopened with stepped-up security and a new administrator. Police said the boy brought a handgun to school and intentionally shot his teacher as she was teaching her first-grade class. Philadelphia Eagles fans celebrated Sunday after the Eagles clobbered the San Francisco 49ers for a trip to the Super Bowl. The Kansas City Chiefs beat the Cincinnati Bengals on a last-second field goal to face the Eagles in the February 12th game in Glendale, Arizona. Chris Havlick, Associated Press, with AP News Minute.
Alright, up next, and a warning to this in-depth report, there's graphic content. Pakistan suicide bomb at mosque targeted police.
This is the aftermath of a suicide bombing at a crowded mosque in Pakistan's Peshawar. More than 40 people died in the attack on Monday, according to city officials, in the latest violence targeting police in the northwestern city. Hospital officials said scores were wounded, with many of them in a critical condition. A police official said that there were at least 260 people in the mosque when the explosion happened. Social worker Mohammad Bilal was quickly on the scene.
I was in my shop. I am a member of Al-Khidmat. As soon as we received information about the blast, I jumped into an Edhi Foundation ambulance and came here. When we went inside, we took out around 7 injured people and rushed them to LRH. 2 of them died on the way. The rest were taken into the hospital. The front of the mosque has been demolished. The structure is collapsed and many worshippers are still trapped under it. However, we have no idea how many.
Peshawar is an area where Islamist militants remain active, though no one immediately claimed responsibility for the bombing. The blast ripped through the mosque during noon prayers, causing a wall to collapse on top of worshippers. The building is inside a highly fortified compound that includes the headquarters of the provincial police force and a counter-terrorism department. The country's defense minister told Pakistani station GOTV that authorities believe the terrorist was stood in the first row. Peshawar sits at the edge of Pakistan's tribal districts bordering Afghanistan. It's frequently targeted by militant groups, including the Pakistani Taliban. The group, known as Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, or TTP, is an umbrella of Sunni and sectarian Islamist groups. They want to overthrow the government and replace it with their own brand of Islamic governance. The TTP has stepped up attacks since it ended a so-called peace deal last year with the Pakistani government, facilitated by Afghan Taliban. It staged frequent attacks targeting the police in the last few months.
Alright, up next, BBC World News Headlines. Oh, and I lost my camera, I'm not sure why. One moment. Oh, I turned off my camera, that's why.
This is BBC World News, the latest headlines. An attack on a mosque in the Pakistani city of Peshawar has killed at least 32 people and has left more than 150 injured. Most of those who died were members of the police force. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has urged Israel and the Palestinians to take steps to calm tension. He made his comments as he arrived in Israel for meetings with both sides as violence continues to spiral. Russia has accused the former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson of lying when he said Vladimir Putin threatened him personally in a phone conversation just before Russia invaded Ukraine. Emergency workers in the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv have been searching the rubble of a residential building that was hit by a Russian missile strike. Local officials said one person was known to have died. And those are the headlines on BBC World News.
Alright, up next, In Depth, and once again, a warning, this report has graphic content. Israel reinforces West Bank after shooting.
2 people have been injured in a suspected shooting by a Palestinian gunman around Jerusalem's Old City on Saturday morning, in what a police spokesperson has described as a terrorist attack. The shooting took place less than a day after a separate incident in which a Palestinian gunman shot dead 7 people near a synagogue on the outskirts of the city. In response, Israel's military said it was boosting its forces in the occupied West Bank. 56-year-old Shimon Israel saw his neighbors killed in the attack. He says his neighbor ran to the scene to help before being gunned down. The man's wife was also shot in the back, trying to resuscitate her husband. The couple had only been married for a year. Shimon further describes seeing 2 more people killed. He says he also received a bullet through his window. Police say the gunman was a 21-year-old Palestinian resident of East Jerusalem who appeared to have acted alone. He was killed by police after opening fire at 8:15 p.m. The attack underlines fears of an escalation of violence after months of clashes in the West Bank, culminating in a deadly Israeli raid on Jenin and cross-border fire between Israel and Gaza. 9 Palestinians were killed in the West Bank raid, the highest single-day death toll in years. At a press conference, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu praised police efforts, but urged people not to take the law into their own hands. He told reporters measures had been decided and that his cabinet would meet on Saturday evening after the end of Shabbat to, quote, continue discussions around our response. Friday's shooting, which happened on International Holocaust Remembrance Day and during Shabbat, the Jewish Day of Rest, was condemned by the White House and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. It comes days before a planned visit by US Secretary of State Antony Blinken to Israel and the West Bank.
Alright, up next, in climate news, could floods in New Zealand be the most expensive weather disaster?
New Zealand is counting the cost of deadly floods and landslides following heavy downpours. 4 people lost their lives over the last 3 days, and a state of emergency remains in place around the biggest city, Auckland. Footage from the ground showed homes and vehicles wrecked. Drone footage from Sunday showed fields underwater and a derailed train. Insurance companies are tallying claims that may add up to the country's most expensive weather event ever. Prime Minister Chris Hipkins warned on Monday there was more to come.
My focus and the focus of central government is supporting Auckland through what is still, a big challenge ahead of them. There's a big clean-up to go, and of course, we know through the forecasts that there's more bad weather ahead.
On Sunday, thousands were without power and hundreds were without water, many of them housed in evacuation shelters. Deputy Prime Minister Carmel Sepuloni joined in with Red Cross workers.
Some of them had nowhere to go, some of them lost everything, and some of them were at fear of losing their lives. So they've come in here, some of them quite distressed, and the community response to that has been to give them to meet all of the needs that they have, including their emotional needs at this time.
The country's insurance industry says the cost of flood damage could exceed that of destructive floods on the West Coast in 2021, some $63 million. Economists say the recovery and rebuild after the latest weather could add to inflationary pressures on New Zealand, with vehicles and goods that need to be replaced and construction work needed to fix or rebuild homes and infrastructure damaged by the flooding.
Up next, Showbiz Minute from the Associated Press. Actor Annie Weishing, who appeared in many shows in her 2-decade career, has died after a battle with cancer aged 45. Bershering starred in 24, The Vampire Diaries, Marlowe's Runaway, and most recently Star Trek Picard. She also appears as a voice actor for a character in The Last of Us. Ryan Reynolds flew in to watch a fourth round FA Cup soccer match between his Welsh club Wrexham and Sheffield United, ending in a 3-3 draw. Reynolds and fellow Hollywood actor Rob McElhenney bought Wrexham for $2.5 million in November 2020. Avatar: The Way of Water claimed the #1 spot on the domestic box office charts for the 7th weekend in a row with an additional $15.7 million. Second place went to Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, which made $10.6 million in its 6th weekend. And that is Showbiz Minute. Up next on this day, January 30th, 1943, from the Associated Press.
Mrs. Roosevelt's party included many film stars. Need I introduce Loretta Young?
Despite President Roosevelt being in Liberia, his wife Eleanor celebrated his 61st birthday with an array of stars from the entertainment world.
Plenty more besides. Abbott and Costello were two more stars.
Among the stars gathered at the White House were James Gardner, Cedric Hardwicke, Abbott and Costello, Geraldine, Fitzgerald, and Loretta Young.
And we mustn't forget the birthday cake. That was an artistic piece of work, too. The cutting of it was the signal for the theme song. And now, praise silence for Charlie McCarthy.
Well, this has really been a wonderful day for us.
Yes, it has.
Lunch at the White House.
Potluck with the Roosevelts, yes. I had fun talking to her.
Yes, I saw you talking with Mrs. Roosevelt.
Yeah.
What did you talk about?
Well, she talked about her day and I talked about my night.
Everyone certainly had a wonderful time, and everyone on this side of the Atlantic, too, wishes the President many happy returns of the day.
And last but not least, today in history for January 31st from the Associated Press.
January 31st, 1958. America enters the space age, successfully launching its first satellite into orbit, Explorer 1. It happens just months after the Soviet Union launches Sputnik, the very first satellite into orbit. 2001. A Libyan intelligence officer is convicted of murder and gets life in prison for the bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 in Lockerbie, Scotland. That's the verdict from a Scottish court convened in the Netherlands. The court acquits a second Libyan in the 1988 bombing, which killed 270 people. 1945. Private Eddie Slovik becomes the first U.S. soldier since the Civil War to be executed for desertion. Slovik is shot by an American firing squad in France during the final months of World War II in Europe. 1923. Norman Mailer, one of the great American authors in the years after World War II, is born in Long Branch, New Jersey. And 1797. Composer Franz Schubert is born in Vienna, Austria. Today in history, January 31st. Mike Gracia, The Associated Press.
And that is today's World Headlines. Stay tuned after the break. We will begin our life, beginning always, Derek's Round. Don't go away. We'll be back. And welcome back, everybody. We are playing our like beginning always, Derek's Route Part 2. Just allow me to, I swear I was gonna do something, but then I forgot. Let me see here. What was I doing? Oh, I could probably just adjust this first before. In here. It's a little bit of out of place here. Now let me adjust the community stuff here. There we go. A little bit to the right here. I can see it's overlapping. Okay, that should be good enough. Oh yes, my microphone. Turns out that the threshold for the noise in the background is a little bit too low, so. Let's just lower the threshold a little bit. Testing. Okay, that should be good enough. Okay. Okay, so for those who are just joining this playthrough, Our Life is essentially a visual novel where you start out as a young child and you get into your adult years, and there's a specific male love interest that follows you along the way. Now let's continue this. Yeah, this is something that I get back to time when I just want to break from like grinding on the JRPGs and whatever. Yeah, so let's see. And we're in step 1, so at this point I think we're like 6. I can't even remember. And then the next step would take us to 13 years old, and the next 8, then the next 23. Let's see, what should we get next? Shopping. Why not? Come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? A familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail that you've been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Loading a little bit slow, but Cove went in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention. I got something in my throat, as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It must be some of the granola that I ate just a little while ago. Oh, Martin. Alright. It reminded you of when you first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for not getting caught. You've got to learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, and then his dad. Just me, or are things running a little bit slow here? They shouldn't be running slow. Why is this? Nothing's really being held up very high, so I don't get this. give me a moment here. Yeah, this doesn't seem to make sense to me. Why is this lagging a bit? Something be running in the background or something? Yeah, my computer is really lagging, and nothing is at the max. Yeah, that's confusing. It's not quite at 60 frames. If I just minimize all the stuff I don't need. How about that? Yeah, that's strange. Perhaps next time I should start my... Sorry for the delay here, I'm just a little bit dumbfounded. Whatever. I guess I'll just fix this later, unfortunately. Alright, you brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, and then his dad. Oh, there you go. Spyro Kid, hi.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Spyro Kid? Nothing. You toed the pavement in front of you. It would be nice to tell them about the snail you found, but you didn't know if they liked snails. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. Does? You weren't sure about that. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why didn't you go with him? You gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from stood. Oh, that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Just... Last here.
Spyrokid 77666.
There we go.
Test.
Oh, there you are, Jerky.
JORKY6. 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 Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Spyrokid?
Oh, nothing too much. Just taking a little bit of a relaxing playthrough today. Just a tiny bit of a break away from grinding Dragon Quest and testing the Severed Chains beta in Legend of Dragoon. I saw that Severed Chains probably needed some bug fixing at the part where I am. And also, there's a little bit of grinding I'll probably have to do in Dragon Quest, but I didn't want to do that right away. So I figured, why not do something a little bit different, a little bit of a story narrative, visual novel. I actually started this quite a while back, but I didn't get to it because all that other stuff was on my plate. I'm back around here. It's called Our Life Beginning Always. It's a visual novel game where you grow up from like 6 years old in different steps of the game to where you grow up to be 23 years old. And also you can have, in this case, it's a little bit of a male love interest, so that's a bit interesting to me. There are lots of different characters that I like and whatever, so... And plus, you can input your personal preferences and whatever, so I thought, people will get to know me a little bit through this. Sounds kind of fun. Alright, how about you, Jerky, by the way? What are you up to? I'll just continue here. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd since your mom's only ever seemed to have cards in theirs.
Doing a puzzle.
Ah, nice. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightened back up. The bill in his hand still held up towards the green-haired boy. And for some reason, I'm getting lags on my stream here. I'm not quite sure why that would be the case, but I'll have to figure it out as we go along, I guess. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightened back up. The bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, and he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove straight towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining, and there wasn't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt in the ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. I see here. Are you looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled a sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You can manage that. Dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells, and he had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. I see you. What did you want to go to the shops for? I need a new sand pail. Yeah? What happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Whoa.
It disappeared. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so he nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well, Cove opened his mouth and shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope. Wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. Disappeared.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? Let's see. I come to the beach a lot? Well, if it was a big beach, I probably would go. I like looking at fish. They don't like me, so they always swim me if I get close. But they're pretty before that. Cool. Starfish are fun. They aren't going anywhere even if you touch them. A small laugh escaped you. That's true. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, and the call of birds trying to get bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffled the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. Nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquarium eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read The Amazing Alexander in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on the sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the Amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. You bit your lip, reluctantly starting to fall after Cove again. You continued looking over your shoulder, however waiting to see as much as you could before you got too far away. Hey! Not watching where you were going provided a bad idea, as you bumped right into Cove. Oh, sorry. Did you want to stay or something? If that's okay. He briefly lifted his arms off his sides before returning them to place. You could have said so. That began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers. The card just disappeared. Whoa! The Amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? I think I fell for these when I was younger. Tell me! This had to be going somewhere, you need to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. It was great! You felt it tug, and then he pulled the 4 diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you're really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card! Lion Code does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. I had such a vivid imagination. I wondered if Cove's whole family was magic. If so, he was lucky. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side that there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. I like the magic 8 ball. I picked it up. Oh. You shifted your blue string to the other hand so you could hold it up in front of you. Then you thought of a question in your mind, shaking the ball and hearing some kind of liquid slosh around inside it. Once you had given it a good shake, you held it upright, waiting for the answer to appear. Concentrate and ask again. You wrinkled your nose and set the magic 8 ball back on the rack. It wasn't the answer you were hoping for. You followed Ko around to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Are you having fun? He nodded, and you smiled back at him, happy to hear it. When Cove moved towards some stalls nearby, you followed beside him. While Cove looked at sand pails, you were drawn to a table of colorful keychains laid on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read, "Handmade," standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. What I like. I'll pick a dolphin. Your hand stopped on the dolphin, so similar to your balloon animal. It was made of a bright material that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. You remembered one scene upon a dolphin swimming out in the distance at the beach, jumping out of the water and splashing as they dived back in again. That was a great day. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh. $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. You don't have to. Cove didn't mind that. He took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. I was always gonna get you something. I already got the money for it. You were a little nervous, but happy with your purchase nevertheless. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you, too. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side. Your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Thanks for getting me it. It's alright. It wasn't clear if he really knew how much you appreciated it. What? You were going to thank him for the keychain, but instead just shook your head smiling. Cove raised an eyebrow, but didn't push the issue. Cove looked further down the street, where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did yours, let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all this wandering around, you definitely were ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious. And as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something cinnamony, and I got one with cheese. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. It was covered in gooey melted cheese, just the way you liked it. It seemed odd to get a dessert pretzel before eating normal food. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. Those balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he started at his still balled-up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh.
Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around and remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Could you help me too? I can't tie it to my own wrist. He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand, and the string already tangled around the other.
Okay.
Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste of your tongue on your tongue, with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. We're done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper, and he was gripping his dolphin too. Such a childish option. I'll go with this. Lion's name is Splash. They star in movies. Their trainers use fish and treats to help them perform tricks. They're the most famous dolphin in the world. You sighed, wishing you could star in a movie with a real-life dolphin. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table, and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh no! For a second, all Cove did was gap in shock like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears starting to glisten. Fire Kid, I offered to give Cove my balloon. I feel bad. You looked at Cove, then up to your balloon, bobbing gently in the air above you. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cove sniffled, glancing up at the balloon, then back at you. No, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. Cove shook his head. Even though it wasn't your fault, he felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to lift Cove's spirits, and that was good. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand. You decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, pedaling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. Nice. Alright, Jorky. So we got specific moments that happened during steps, which basically input more information and make it more interactive. What moment should we do next? You've got Grown Up, Long Day, Sandcastle, Library, Runaway, and Sleepover. What do you think we should do next here? If you're still here, that is.
JORKY 6. Library.
Alright, let's do that. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. When it came to what you thought having to read a bunch of books, and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie, okay, so it seems like it slows down when there are particle effects. I'm not sure why that happens, but it looks like that's what it is. Libraries. If it has internet, then I like the library, but if it doesn't, I don't really care for books. So I didn't care. It was just something you did every year. You didn't question it much. When it was something you didn't care much about either way, you tended to just go along with your family. You and Lizzie went with Shiloh before, and this year you brought Cove too. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all four of you. You had never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that has the stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay inside the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
Though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'd probably hold you kids back. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant as only a joke. Cove's dad seems to deflate a bit. I'll swing around again when this shingding ends. Yeah, you could go home now. You don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister already in full competition mode cut him off. For once, Cove looked grateful she was there.
Come on!
You have to find a table, Mr. Holden. You can talk to Cove after, when we win. Okay. See you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My fancy just really catching up to me now.
Bye.
Bye, son. The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's in here. The quiz starts soon. That's why we came here. Wide at the first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. Then you could do without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at the both of them. Then his eyes met yours.
Kai Shaoji.
Hey!
Oh, you're reading step 1. I don't think any of those moments influence anything related to Derek.
Hello, Kai Shuji, how are you? Welcome to the stream. What are you up to? Yeah, I realized that, but I haven't done the playthrough before, so I'm just going for this part regardless. But welcome, by the way. It's more of a, I guess, a little bit of a know about me sort of thing. That's how this goes, I guess. But yeah, I am aware. Why are you looking at him? Spyro Kid is with us. Spyro Kid can come if he wants to. Go over to Cove. You walked over to Cove, averting your eyes from Lizzie.
Seriously?
Yeah. Cove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. If you're going to be honest with yourself, it wasn't like you to outright do something you knew Lizzie would be mad about. Fine. Let's go, Shiloh.
Kai
Okay.
Shaoji. I'm kinda a super fan for this VN, so I know a lot of stuff about it. I even wrote and intend to update a guide to achieving the most content in a single playthrough.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I played a little bit of this in its beta form. It was kind of nice to see it get played all throughout. I still haven't finished the final product for this. Oh, wait a minute, I think I did. But not for Derek's content. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. Uh-huh. Shiloh looks like a chihuahua trying to keep up with a horse. You can help but laugh. Since you've been here a lot before, we can play hide and seek. Hide and seek? Not exploring? Yep, I'm searching for you, and you're searching for me. We'll really have to look at everything. We're entirely sure of how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. Decision made, Cove took off toward the back of the library. You already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was... Now this is hard. Fairy Tale or the solar system? Probably the solar system model behind it. Your library's solar system display was pretty neat. It had all the planets from the sun on out, and it had its own little section hidden in the science books. But you saw a tiny pair of familiar shoes poking out from under the earth, so you leaned around it. Hi.
Hey.
Oh. You turned back to the earth and its tiny moon. From this spot, I think it's supposed to be a solar eclipse. It kind of blocks out the sun. You looked at it, tilting your head. He was right. This thing was something you always walked by, but you'd never noticed that before. Hide and seek did seem to be working out for finding interesting things.
Okay.
Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palms of his hands, he went to go hide. In the fantasy section. You decide to hide from Cove in the fantasy section. He never really mentioned about being interested in fantasy, so you have pretty good odds of hiding for a while there. If he didn't pay attention to it, or read it much, he might just glance over it. You were right, sort of. He left you waiting for a while, long enough that you eventually pushed yourself to your feet to stretch your legs. You won the round, but Cove wasn't even trying. Over the edge of a shelf, you saw him standing staring at a bunch of books. You tapped on the shoulder and he spun around. Ah!
Sorry.
I was going to come find you soon. It's alright. What's... He gestured at the shelf full of books and the one in his hand. That had clearly been taking up all of his attention. They're the Narnia series. They have talking animals and a magic land and intense fights. And my mom used to read them with me. Oh! Her favorite one was Susan. You weren't sure what to do. You weren't sure what he would do. His mom was always a sensitive topic. But he tucked the book back on the shelf, and that was all. It was nice the memories made it happy instead of sad this time.
Alright.
It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Okay. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi. When the time was up, he was long gone. Again. There's still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was... in the old Christmas stuff? The library, they had left all of their Christmas things out, tucked away in a corner for months. It was the perfect place to hide. And sure enough, as soon as you crouched down and peered behind the fuzzy green man with the word Grinch above his head, there Cove was. That was so fast. Me and Mr. Grinch were just getting started. He looked at the gigantic frowny doll. He seemed to be scowling at you, the way he did at everybody all the time. All the little kids are scared of him. So's Shiloh. I'm not surprised. I don't think. He is a little funny looking. Let's keep playing. I need to be good at least one round. He put his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off again, a librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. Cove picked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth opening like he was going to say something, then glanced down at his pink cast. Pretty clear giveaway. Sure. My sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're a Spyro kid, right? You nodded. Phew! Found both of you at once. That's right, she's with him, and the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's go get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Ready to go home, you and Cove followed him up front, where the ragtag group of family members and Shiloh were all waiting. Hey! There you are! She was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room. And it was only that much obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Hey, gang. I thought you had been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go all by yourself, at least. Cove glanced over at you, then back up at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove? Cove's dad glanced around, slightly frantic. But Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving! Cove's trying to be the first one to the car! With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit. Still in Victor to be mode, even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she still had not forgiven your betrayal. Cove had sighed when he had to sit in the middle of after Lizzie shot past him at the last second. But he cheered up some as you hopped into the back seat next to him. Did you say he came in second place? That's some good going. It's not. She leveled another glare at you over her shoulder.
Sure.
Sure. Striving to improve is good too. That makes Spire Kid the winner in your family. You wriggled in your seat, hiding a smile behind your hands.
What?
Spire Kid kept finding me in our game. I lost. We need a rematch. Playing secret just you two? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why?
Not special. There's no judges or prizes. You eyed the seat that she fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes? You could see Cove's dad's eye in the rear view mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead, as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before.
Right.
The big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Is Mom even gonna let you take a pizza from Mr. Holden? Well, we'll see. I'll ask her. I'll talk to all of your moms about this. Pleased, you smiled as you stared out the window at the scenery whizzing by.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. But you really should have stuck to the group. The quiz would have been fun. That was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. I am. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into even if you don't, even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet Spire Kid's parents wouldn't want him to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son?
Okay.
That's my boy. Now, enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni! Sounds good. Anything else? And the conversation continued from there, with debates on what was best to put on a pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other three kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. You had a fun day already, but closing out with the promise of a pizza after all and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. You were glad you decided not to do the quiz this time, and we're already getting curious about how things would play out next year. Alright, that's the library done. We've got 5 more to go through. Grown Up, Long Day, Sandcastle, Runaway, and Sleepover. What do you guys think we should do next? First suggestion comes first.
JORKY6. Long Day.
Okay, one more. Right here. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished 1 cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. But this didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. Made you feel... I'll be honest, pleased. You might not be in double digits like your sister, but he was only 7. Being the oldest and getting to be the leader was a nice change of pace. Oh, I think I'm 8 years old here. I think so. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet. Something like... ice cream cone. I like vanilla. Nothing beat a classy, creamy scoop of ice cream on a day like this. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. I sighed. I don't like a big deal out of it. As much as you really wanted that treat, it wasn't going to happen. What's wrong? How about an ice cream cone? Shiloh, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. We don't have any here and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Shiloh rummaged his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus 1 stray button. Set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1. You announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he had been watching you expectantly. It's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scurried the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust or sandy crumbs, but every so often you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You don't know what the second button had decided to join the party. When the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer, but you appreciated him recognizing your authority on financial and ice cream matters. You, whoops. Whoops. Here. But you appreciated him recognizing your authority on financial and ice cream matters. You straightened up before making your pronouncement. Yeah, we've got enough. You can now afford something at the shops. Just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside. The promise of sugar buoyed you on to your destination, where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed the funds to get the treat. You seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting an ice cream cone? Shiloh asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head aside. It was your idea. You should choose. Yeah, I tried to get something you both wanted anyway. It wasn't fair for you to be the only one who decided when he'd been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice creams? Which is your favorite? It's so hard to pick. I don't know. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You lapped up the soft ice cream. The sweetness perked you up. You held it up to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head.
You can finish it.
Didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it? That was weird. I tried to include Shiloh. Even if Shiloh said it was okay, every story you ever seen on TV or read in a book said that sharing was caring. You stood your ground, even as the treat started to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. It's only fair that you have some. We both bought it. But you want it more than I do, and getting to play was a lot of fun already. But you can have it. That's more fair. You held it out to I want you to have some, even more than I want to finish it. To reach your part. Relenting, Shiloh took the treat and gave it a taste. His eyes lit up.
Thank you.
It's really good. He smiled, pleased with your good deed. Pick the best one. Did he mean that? Shiloh was always nice no matter what happened. Even if he hated it, you know he would say so. Maybe he thought it was gross and that's the real reason why he didn't want to take some. You had no idea. You studied him as he ate a little more. He had every appearance of enjoying himself. Still weird.
Kai Shaoji. Shiloh is a cameo character from one of their other VNS.
Oh, really? Huh. I didn't know that. Which one did he appear in? The two of you began to head back home as he ate. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say how he felt, or was too afraid to. What do I say here? Please, but I do kind of want to point out a little. Are you scared of me? Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. No way! But you didn't tell me things, like what you want to do or what treat we should get. That's not cause I'm scared. It's cause you have better ideas than I do. Unfortunately, this was yet another thing you couldn't entirely believe Shiloh on. You had hoped it was true and that he really did feel okay around you, though. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There have been good times and there have been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing, at least. The treat was delicious and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them, just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you carefully asked about what happened. Out of a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? Fire Kid. I got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You know exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them. But the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything else I can do? Is there anything I can do?
No.
I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? We should ding-dong and ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
Cove glared, but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not chicken, are you? Yeah. Click, click. She can't tease you about being a chicken if you are, in fact, a chicken. Hunched over, you folded your arms to form rings and backed them up and down. Buck, buck, buck! For once, your sister seemed at a loss. It didn't take long for her to regain her usual confidence. So you admit it. You continue to flap your arm rings as you circle your sister, clucking all the while. There's no shame in a chicken being a chicken.
Yeah.
You're chicken. Things were not going the way Lizzie expected. She thought against the lab and looked for a way to restore her serious authority. You and Cove are both little chickens. What? Cove folded his arms, though the one with the cast wasn't as tightly tucked down, and joined in cheeping around. It was hard to cluck for the giggles that rose up when you saw him imitating a chicken, but you still both gave a first-class performance. The door to the old couple's condo flung open to reveal one of the culprits behind Cove's tears. You froze, wings raised. Can't you let anyone have a piece? Bit of peace and quiet. You must not be a fan of theater or farm animals, as well as kids. That was the only explanation for his outburst, which was far louder than anything you and Cove had done. Go on, bring it on! It was distinctly unfair, but Cove's lip was trembling and you thought it would be best to heed his command. Lizzie took off, with Shiloh immediately trailing after her without as much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man's hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoyed the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove!
Hey! Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from his sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew that you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It was always been like that. Sounds a little sad. It was fine, I thought. Shiloh could prefer Lizzie as much as he wanted to. There were other things to attend to anyway. You wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part, and was inspecting the flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. Oops. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name white linen poppy. Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower. But I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Okay, I don't even know what kind of flowers I would like. I don't even know what they look like. My favorite is snapdragons. Just get out of the way. That's a cool name. I haven't heard it before. Yeah, they're great, and you don't see them all the time. Wow, you know everything. Not everything, but thanks. He moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of the thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. I saw a smiley face. You saw a smiley face looking back down at you. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Look, it's a smiley face. Cove joined in, looking up at the sky. The clouds twisted, turning one of the dots, making an eye into a line. Winking at us. He chuckled at the smiling face. All the sun's light faded from the sky, and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach! There were no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. And I want to go there too. So he eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. He stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sand castles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy you had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean. There's shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez, you don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen. It hurt the fishies. I like bubble baths at home. They're they're a lot of fun. How awkward. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Spire Kid. I don't really have a dad. I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now, too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me.
Sorry.
Oh, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. Really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. Wow. Joking about Shiloh's mom getting together with Cove's dad. Nice. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways.
Yeah.
Cove can muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sudden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched for the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. I made a run for it. You were already too dirty and wet for comfort. Nothing that happened there would feel as good as getting dry. You got out of the water before anyone could catch you again. Reaching on a rock, you scraped the wet sand from your legs as you watched the others. The sand came away in thick chunks at first, like clay, but where it had been thinner, it had already dried and clung to your skin. Cove and Lizzie were relentless, while Shiloh mostly just dodged. Shiloh's brief explanation was drowned by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain. As they all hurried over to check on him, his hair was plastered to his head and soaked his clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you can see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over.
You dumbo.
Way to go, Shiloh. I offered him some help up. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, he dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them.
Sorry.
What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose. Then pretend it was an accident. Especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, you did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was your favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the group and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The two of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may weigh down some of the group, but your spirits are high. Your arms swung side to side as the cool breeze flowed past. Your mums were outside, chatting to Cove's dad. We're back! Your mom's faces fell as they took into the state you were all in, ranging from messy to soaked.
Now,
Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home? Old and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but also meant that she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, Bucko? I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used a slightly moist cast arm to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that he had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and just had as much fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove, let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have been reset. Cove winced at the thought.
Okay.
That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, Dragon family, and Shiloh too. Dragon is the last name I picked for myself. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, you returned the tiny wave of your own.
Fine.
Well, we better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on inside, everybody. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom. Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall. Until you were less sandy, you weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. You did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. Felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she hoped. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session, at least that's what she claimed. Not much longer, it'll be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Alright, we're done with that one, and I'm just going to take a little bit of a break. Just need to refresh myself. Water and food and whatnot. So we'll take a little bit of a quick break. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. Don't go away, we'll be right back. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Kai Shoji. I wonder if you're still here. There's a message that you wrote and tried to send a chat, but the automod blocked it because of hostility, but you were only talking about Shiloh. I'll just read what you were trying to say here. Kai Shoji said Shiloh was older in that game called XOXO Droplets. It's about a girl who's kinda a jerk in a private school, a club full of single guys who are also jerks. So that's what he was trying to say here. Oh, actually, I'll just be right back. Again, I forgot to also do something that's kind of important. 1 sec. Okay, now I'm back for good. I had to blow my nose for a sec. All that talking must have got something in there. Alright, so we've got 4 more steps to go over. Grown up, sandcastle, runaway, and sleepover. What do you guys think we should do next? First message, first serve.
JORKY6. Kai or you choose.
Kai or I choose. Okay, Kai, which one do you want me to do? If you're still here. Okay, it looks like Kai might not be here, so I'll pick in this case. Do sleepover.
Okay.
Alright kids, we're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled, right on time. As if it had heard your mom's words, you halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From behind you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. Then she... I find it funny how I'm putting in the sassy voice for her. Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. Last one to the table is rotten egg. I haven't... But it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. I'm a lazy person. I threw a cushion at her. Grabbing one of the cushions from the sofa, you threw it half-heartedly towards her in hopes of slowing her down. It wasn't firm enough, though, however, and the cushion landed with a plop on the ground instead. It was a short distance to the kitchen table, Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom moved just before Lizzie could bump into her. With an exacerbated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again! Okay, you won. I knew it. That means you're the rotten egg. Lizzie grinned, her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you think so too, right? You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. He spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with the cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your mums and his dad had planned it a few days ago. Yeah, I was excited when our moms told me the idea. There was so much to do. You'll consider all the games you could play and other stuff you could do with Cove for days. And he even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. That wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sun races.
Come on!
Well, did I win or what?
No.
What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault Spire Kid's slow. Cheating's cheating. Cheaters never win.
You always pick his side.
Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I pick him. He picks me. You're a couple rotten eggs, then. That's enough. Nobody here's the loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say.
Alright.
Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner. All three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food. Then they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He had stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the next 2 were on the other side of where your moms were sitting. You can sit anywhere you want to. Cove's gaze met your blue eyes. Briefly, he grinned back. He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mommy began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Again, kids, I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all the veggies. Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves. Except for one. Cove hesitated again. Fidgeted with his hands clamped on the top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's house. One dish seemed to have his eye at least. That's pineapple chicken. Want to try some? Not really. Sorry. By then, your mom said no that Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food, honey? Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating. Then she spoke again. You should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink, that's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true, and you know that. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this.
Oh, shoot.
I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lainey. Maybe you'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. I think you would like the pineapple chicken. It's yummy. He ultimately trusted your judgment. At your suggestion, Cove carefully spooned rice and chicken onto the plate. You saw that he took more of the grilled pineapple than any of the vegetables. You nodded, pleased, and your moms let it slide. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new. But he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. Still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mommy grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. So weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends. Oh. Mommy floundered in the face of Cove's blunt honesty. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration. You did feel a little bad for Lizzie. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Cove didn't make much of an effort either. I hoped Cove thought of me as a friend. When he gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, and that made you feel good even though you were still unsure. Yeah, when I was kind of younger, I had struggles trying to make friends and whatnot. I really was self-conscious of what they would think of me and whatever. It was pretty hard, and plus, in high school, there was just so many people to focus on. It was just really overwhelming. It just kind of made it hard for me to find friends. I did make some, though, and talk to them with, and I still have them today. It was definitely hard for me back then. Did I reread this? Yeah. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to someone, anyone. But Pam, Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom. Her attempt to make it audible over the sense of collecting silverware meant that you caught the quieter words anyway. They're not friends. Said so. As parents, we can only try. Sometimes we fail. No, I'm not gonna go that close. Not all kids will be as thick as thieves. Now less talking and more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. Mom! No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. I laughed at Mom's phrasing. You can contain your snorts. Something the matter, Spyro Kid? Mom says, no buts. Why? Lizzie scoffed and rolled her eyes, unimpressed by such cruel words. Mommy snickered along with you, however. That's right. No buts allowed here. You'll have to get rid of yours. No! I need it! The two of you continued to chuckle, and Cove even cracked a smile. Children. I'm surrounded by children. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. All too soon, the table was cleared, the games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in and kissed your brow, just as Mommy poked her head in the room. All ready for lights off, you two? You were lying comfortably in your bed, blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove, just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. I think so.
Good night.
Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked her nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place, sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
Sweetie. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. You need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high and shakes his hands like he's going to let go. But he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he does drop me on my bed. Or other times he lowers me down and pretend like I'm crashing. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly ritual he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here. How fun. Though I think you're right, it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. Sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Spire Kid's upper mom. But I'm the nicer one. Just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked to you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bugs bite. With a last smile, Mommy turned off the lights and stepped out, closing the bedroom door behind her. You listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hallway. It felt weird not to be doing or saying anything with your friend nearby. You were meant to just lay there awkwardly, and it made you uncomfortable. You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. You couldn't stop from wondering what he really thought about you. I kept quiet about it. I'm shy. Whether you were friends or not, you enjoyed hanging out with Cove, and you were pretty sure he felt the same way. That was good enough for you. It started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything, since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark. But you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes hadn't gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up too, watching as he reached inside. He paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. He didn't have his glasses though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hands, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You know even without reading the title which one it was.
Be back in a bit.
Okay. That was one your mom's read to you. It was special. I thought you were looking for your glasses. I was, and then I felt this. Looks cool. Compliment he forwarded your special book as you grinning, your confusion forgotten. It is really cool. Oh yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squire who once became a knight and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but... There's a dragon in it and crazy things happen. The squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon dead, so then they have this fight. But the squire finds out the dragon's really nice. They decide they don't want to fight her after all. So the two of them become friends instead. You only realized afterward that you spoke more strongly than you had meant to. Your cheeks burned. This might have been how Cove felt earlier. Thankfully, Cove didn't seem annoyed. In fact, if you didn't know any better, it seemed he liked the explanation. Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused at the backside summary. He must be pretty interested in it. You were reminded of the hours he spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it, or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. I wanted to read the book with Cove. You climbed out of bed and padded over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? Getting something we need. You let out a quiet cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back onto the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Cove continued to watch you as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket that you discarded earlier. He pulled it over your head. What? You have to come here. Bring the book too. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on it. Then the blanket shifted. You feel it with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. Ooh. A click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. You hurriedly tilted the flashlight so it was shining down to the floor of your blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Now we can read. And my moms won't know. I do this all the time. I did. I don't stay up for too long because Mom or Mommy check up on me sometimes. I haven't been caught yet. You want to try? Cove nodded, pleased by a straightforward response. You placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he lay down on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. Mirrored his position, leaning in so you can see the book better. Your forehead's nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. Yeah, I flipped through the pages to show Cove cool pictures. Look. He passed through the book rapidly, stopping at a familiar picture. Cove sucked in a breath at the sight, leaning closer to inspect it. The whole page was dedicated to the drawing. In it, the squire was battling the dragon. It was before the two of them would realize that they have a lot in common and should be friends. The squire was bringing their sword down on the dragon with all their might. But whoops, went too fast. But the dragon managed to hold them back using a giant clawed hand. Wow. Isn't it cool? Oh, and there's another one like this too. You resumed flipping through the pages, only pausing on the next art piece. This is the part where the squire and the dragon fight the king and his knights. The two of you read the book in fits and starts, focusing more on the detailed images. Cove wasn't annoyed though, he looked enthralled. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You started when Cove caught you watching him, raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing. Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too, even as your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed in your pillow, your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. Slowly, you raised yourself onto your elbows, yawned, the back of your throat twinging as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen, when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze, then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove? That you?
Yeah.
You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it. The familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you, looking exhausted. He was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajama pants were left on the floor, abandoned. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? Can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. Weird here. You frowned. You helped your mom's redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. Not that it's bad. I just always sleep in my bed. In my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything that you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. Wondered how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your doziness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house? This time of night? All by himself? He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in, and I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. You don't have to. It wouldn't even be a sleepover if Cove left in the middle of the night. It was called a sleepover for a reason. Cove looked frustrated, though you got the feeling it wasn't at you specifically. Yes, I do. You were at a stalemate, frowning to yourself. You studied his sleeping bag. Is there a way you can make him feel more comfortable? If Cove didn't like how weird your room was, maybe he would feel better if he had something more familiar nearby. Oh! You went to your bed and grabbed your blanket. Then you spread it over the floor and besides Cove's sleeping bag. He watched as he did, blinking. You're sleeping on the floor? Yeah, next to you. We could try and see if that helps. That okay? Uh-huh. You spied a small smile playing on his lips. We can try it, but if it doesn't work, I want to go home still. If you're sure. Grabbed your pillow and a few plush toys for good measure. As Cove picked up his pajama bottoms and folded them, then set them aside. You tossed the items in your hands onto the blanket, completing your task. The two of you stood and looked down at your handiwork. Are you going to change into your pajamas? No, I can sleep in this. There wasn't anything else left to say. You both laid down side by side. Cove put his glasses aside and got into his sleeping bag. You made yourself as comfortable as you could wrapped in the fuzzy blanket. The floor was hard and unforgiving against your back. Not at all as comfy as your bed, but you didn't mind it much. You had fallen asleep on the floor before. What mattered was that if it helped. You shifted your head to observe him. Is it better? He poked the top of his face out of the sleeping bag and mumbled bashfully. I don't know. I have to sleep first. I can't tell if I can now. You had privately hoped for a more affirmative answer. Could you wake me up? You have to leave? Cove looked confused by the request, but he nodded anyway.
Okay.
He smiled. At least he wouldn't disappear without you knowing. You settled in for bed on the ground, closing your eyes and waiting for sleep to come. You wanted to give Cove a chance to get comfortable. Cute. Surprisingly, he decided to keep talking. It was my first sleepover. I guess. You opened your eyes to see him staring up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair spread out around his head like he had just gotten shocked. Really? I've had sleepovers before. Sometimes I go to friends' houses. Shyla slept over a few times too, and over stuff. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you, but it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. How was it? Or is it? Not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. Now you were the one who didn't know what to say. You just laid there, and so did Cove, for what felt like a long time. Hey, Cove. There was no answer. You leaned on your elbow to see Cove's eyes closed. His lashes fanned over the apples of his cheeks. His chest raised and lowered with every inhale and exhale. He was fast asleep. You smiled to yourself. Good night. You rested on your back and closed your eyes. Soon enough, you were lulled to sleep by the gentle sound of Cove's breathing. The next morning, you were woken up by the sound of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. Fire Kid, wake up. It's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains, and you rubbed at your eyes as they adjusted to the new light.
How are you?
Everything okay down there? You blinked at Mom for a moment, confused, before remembering you had slept down on the floor next to Cove. He was just waking up, yawning loudly. His hand lightly hit your face as he stretched out. When he moved away, you groaned a little at the pain in your shoulder from having us slept on the hard ground. It definitely wasn't as comfortable as your cozy bed, that's for sure. Cove wasn't feeling good, so I stayed with him. He mumbled and glanced at Cove, who rubbed at his eyes sleepily. He didn't say anything. Still, you were glad he had decided to stay the night in the end. When you looked at Mom next, she was smiling at you both. Mommy was standing in the doorway behind her doing the same thing. Alright kids, we'll be downstairs making breakfast. Don't take too long coming down. She said something to Mommy on her way out that made the two of them giggle. Did you sleep okay? Stood up and stretched your legs, watching Cove fumble with the bedside drawer and pull out his glasses. I think so. He had been able to relax when it was just the two of you in the night. Now that a new day had come, he gave the impression of feeling out of place again. But the smile on his face had a gentle light. Thanks, Spire Kid. You're welcome. Even if it couldn't have been a perfect time, it was worth it. Cove didn't stay for breakfast. He really was ready to go at that point. Mommy called to make sure Mr. Holden was up before Cove went home. He gave you a small wave as he left, thanking your moms for letting him stay, before he disappeared through the front door. You smiled at the sight. Cove's very first sleepover had come to an end. Sweet. Alright, 3 more steps. Should we do grown-up, sandcastle, or runaway? What do you guys think? The automod is stupid here. Kai, I noticed that you were trying to get the message back in, but it keeps on blocking it. So, my apologies for that. Are you guys still here? Kai and Jorky? Something. I'm probably going to darken the text here too. I've been noticing that the text is a little bit too visible down there. Better. Okay, so it looks like they aren't here, so I'll just pick myself. Runaway. See how this goes. It was early, and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there later. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagined. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. As you walked the familiar street, wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Hi. You play now?
No.
Sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Spire Kid. What? Where? He shifted, and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Cove liked to do stuff in his pockets, what have you seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted to let you know. Oh, just... Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. You started to grow worried. But where are you going? He didn't answer. It was as if he hadn't said anything. I'll come back though. Sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Found another word, Cope turned on his heel and started to walk away. Wait. He kept going. His focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller. Then you realized that you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan of playing at the park. Suddenly, it didn't seem as fun anymore. Not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. What do I do here? I think I'll stay here. You could play at the park some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere, and you couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot. You just continued to look on quietly. It didn't take long to realize that he was just going up the street. You were positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park, or the beach, or the store street, or his house, or anything. You hesitated, unsure if Cove would want to be bothered, before running after him anyway. He was new, he might not know what you did. You slowed down once you reached his side, glanced at you from the corner of his eye and frowned. Go away, Spire Kid. But there's nothing out that way. His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. Why? What are you doing? Walking. But why do you have to walk that way? Cope let out a deep sigh. You got the feeling that he was starting to get mad at you. I told you, I'm leaving. I'm going to be gone for a while. This leaves me in a tight spot. I stopped pushing and let him go. Yeah, it was clear that he was on a mission. What was the point on insisting? Just make him more annoyed. Your steps faltered, and he slowed to a stop. Cove kept pushing forward. You really come back? Paused, glancing over his shoulder. His lips were pressed into a line. You weren't sure what the look meant.
Why?
Yeah, sometime. Bye. Once again, he walked away from you. This time you turned around too. You resumed your own walking, but in the opposite direction. Maybe Cove and his dad were going on a vacation. That had to be it, reasoned. After all, Cove said he was going to be back. He wasn't moving again. You would go to the playground alone, like you'd planned to before. You could play with Cove when you saw him next time. After a couple hours at the playground by yourself, you had gotten firmly into afternoon. You were on the swing set with your feet buried in the sand when you spotted Lizzie in the distance. She was rushing over like something was on her tail chasing her. You knew she would be coming, but was she that excited to get to the park? Instead of nabbing the swing beside yours, Lizzie stopped in front of you. She bent over, balanced her hands on her knees, and panted. Did you hear? Hear what? Lizzie bounced back up, her eyes blown wide. You only saw her this worked up when she found the new hiding place of Monster Stash. It's about Cove! Excuse me, Cove? Something in the pit of your stomach dropped at hearing his name. You listened intently as Lizzie explained. I just came out when I saw lots of people gathered around, in the middle of the street. They were talking kind of quietly, so I don't think I was supposed to hear. But that just means it was important. So I snuck up, and I heard everything. She paused dramatically. Clearly she wanted you to say something. What did you hear? Seeing that she had your attention, Lizzie continued. Cove is missing! He left a piece of paper for Mr. Holden to tell him that he was going away and would be gone for a long time, and no one's seen him since. Now they're searching the whole neighborhood. The grown-ups were even saying if they don't find Cove soon, they'll call the police. The police? That was horrible. You had seen Cove. You knew he was going someplace, but you had no idea it was like that. Was Cove going to be arrested for running away? You thought he might have to go to jail too, but not saying anything letting him go. You glanced back at Lizzie. Should you tell her that you know about Cove leaving? Or would it be better to keep that to yourself? I might as well tell. I mean, like... Actually, Lizzie, I saw Cove. He told me he was going to go before I went to the park. What? Really? You nodded seriously. Oh, you know. You could be in big trouble if a grown-up found out you didn't tell anybody that Cove was being weird. She crossed her arms over her chest, sticking her nose in the air.
You're welcome.
You're lucky I won't tell on you. Yeah, I looked down shyly. I would be still bothered at this point. You weren't sure if this would stay a secret. Still, you felt better knowing you didn't have to worry about Lizzie sharing it. She just grinned at her own interpretation of her favor. You watched as your sister began to pace in front of you. I know Mom said Cove was sad about moving here, but running away from home is crazy.
Jeez.
Where is he gonna go anyway? I want to find him. Lizzie scrunched her face up, thinking deeply for a moment. Then she nodded and planted her hands on her hips, determined. I'm gonna go look too. Or? We can play at the park any day, and the more people there are looking, the quicker someone will find him. Maybe I'll be the one who does. I'm the best at hide and seek after all. Seemed like Lizzie wanted to look not only because she was concerned about Cove, but also because it was the most interesting thing to happen this week. Wish me luck! Before you could say anything, she ran off in the opposite direction from where she came. You were left in the dust in a matter of moments. That was your sister for you. But Lizzie's appearance in this crisis faded to the back of your mind just as quickly. Cove. He told his dad he was leaving to go somewhere by himself. Why did Cove suddenly decide to do that today? Something bad happened? It was impossible to say for sure. Unfortunately, you had no idea where he could have gone. You thought hard. There were the hills behind your house. He had gone there the first time you met. But someone would have checked there already. They wouldn't need the police for that. Cove must be far away or hiding somewhere, if the whole neighborhood was looking for him. You swung back and forth, your lips pursued in contemplation. If I were Cove, where would I go? Lizzie had said Cove was crazy for running away from home. But he never considered Sunset Bird his home, did he? His real home was somewhere else. There was only one place that came to mind that might be important enough for Cove to go off like this. It was a good idea, except how was he going to get there? Did he take a bus? Was he going to walk the whole way? He didn't know what direction he needed to take. But, wait, there was only one way he could go. Going down the street just led to the beach, so that couldn't be right. Going to either side would mean that he gets stuck by buildings and fences and big slopes, like the one behind your house. That left going up the street. You knew that road. It led into the main part of town and kept going all the way to the city limits. Cove didn't know the area well. Didn't think he'd want to go off that road onto some random or other street. Which meant if someone followed that path, they might find him somewhere along it. The grown-ups seemed to be all looking in the neighborhood, so... I had to tell them where to search. You rushed to where you had abandoned your flip-flops and slipped them on. They slapped against the sand as you left the playground. On your way home, you spotted Mom almost instantly. She must know about Cove and was looking too, because she was wearing a worried frown. Her expression cleared up when she saw you walking towards her. Spyro Kid, I'm glad you're here. Cove is... She cut herself off, sighing deeply. Why don't you head inside? I need to stay out for a bit longer. Something is going on right now, but we'll take care of it. Mom tried to usher you into the house, but you didn't budge from where you stood. Mom, I might know where Cove is.
What?
How did you even find out he's missing already? She shook her head before you could answer. You know what? That's not important right now. Where is it, Spire Kid? You told her your hunch. She listened intently. Main Street. That's not good. I'll drive down there to make sure he doesn't get far. Mom muttered that more to herself than you, but you heard all the same. Can I come with you? Mom turned back to you and shook her head.
I'm really sorry.
I'm sure you're worried about Cove, and that's good, but I need you to wait at home with Mommy. If I find him, I'll bring him straight here, okay? You were disappointed, but you nodded. She stroked your cheek, smiling softly. Mom guided you to the house with a hand on your shoulder. You both went in. Mom appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. The phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. Mom briefly explained what happened before she grabbed the card keys. Mommy saw her out. Soon after, you heard it into the kitchen. Excuse me. You sat at the table while Mommy microwaved the leftovers, which you gobbled up. You didn't even realize how hungry you were. The two of you settled into the living room after that. Mommy put a cartoon on the TV for you to watch while you waited. You snuggled up against her side as you watched the show. Warm and safe. Your mind was still in Cove. Would Mom find him out there in town? Or was he actually somewhere else? You didn't have to wait long to find out. Halfway through the episode, you heard the front door unlock. Then it swung open with a shout. We're here! I got it, Lanny! Come on in, Cove. You stood up from the couch and ran over. Your heart was beating so loud in your chest that you could hear it in your ears. Mom was putting the car keys away. Cove stood... Oh, excuse me. Cove stood nearby with his head bowed. You squinted to get a better look at him. Cove looked exhausted. His eyes were rimmed red, nearly matching his glasses, and there were dry tear tracks stuck in his cheeks. Oh, thank goodness. You found him. Yes, he was way down Main Street, just like Spire Kid said. Cove shuffled his feet at that, but he remained silent. You could tell that he felt out of place. You weren't the only one who noticed his discomfort.
Okay.
You must be tired, Cove. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned him to the living room. Cove looked out at her, then lumbered over. You walked close behind him, frowning. Cove was always pretty quiet, but this was a different kind of quiet. The living room wasn't far, or separated by a wall. Oh, excuse me. So you heard your mom's talking softly. He wanted to go see his mother. Poor thing.
Well...
That explains it, at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. He's having a hard time right now. Can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots.
Is that alright?
Oh, that was Mom. Okay. I'll call, then go to the front and tell everyone that's still out there. You keep an eye on the kids. Make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hun. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands. So weird. What is? Everyone was looking for me. They all know I tried to leave. I kind of want to run away and not come back this time, so I don't have to see them again. That isn't going to help. You just need to talk to them. They'll forget about it. Guess I'll have to. It seems silence would descend upon the two of you again. The front door opened. Your mum's back, with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son.
Cove?
God, are you alright? Dreads of his hair had fallen off his ponytail. Eyes were darkened, like he'd been crying too. Cove stared up at his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good. That's good. I'm so glad to hear that. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulder, attempting a smile, but the corners of his lips twitched and spasmed, as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Mr. Holden turned to you, still grinning weakly, then looked at your moms. Thanks for all your help, as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
And I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough.
It's okay.
It was no trouble, Cliff. Really. It couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. We're just happy we could help, and that Cove's safe and sound. Not for the first time that day, you recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then, too. Only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought, because he mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad. I won't leave anymore. Promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to his promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. Dad reached out and muscled his hair playfully. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow. But he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
Thanks, Spyro Kid. I didn't do anything. Your mom said you were the one who told her where to get me. It was good. Then I went back. A tiny smile floated across his lips. There and then gone. Feel bad for him. I want to give him a hug. Before he was gone, you reached over to give him a hug goodbye after a hard day. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. The embrace was tight but brief. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. And with that, Cove left. Mommy closed the door behind them. We're left feeling overwhelmed. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mom sent you off for a nap. No more discussion on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. After the nap, everything else was a blur. You were settling to bed for real later that night in what felt like just a couple of minutes. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It was almost like it was a dream. But it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces when you saw them assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down, and your family went over yesterday's events in full. They were pleased that you had come to them the moment that you had an idea where Cove disappeared to. As a reward, your mom's promised to take you and Lizzie out for a treat later. It was more than a welcome change from the worry you'd been dealing with. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. He didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. That's hard from too. But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you and Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the event. Still, they, as they always did, days continued to pass. They did talk about Cove running away. Things eventually returned to normal, as they had to. Summer kept going, and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. Nice, nice. Alright, what do we have next? Okay. Jorky, are you here? Which one should I go for next? Okay, I'm assuming Jorky isn't. I'll just go to Grown-Up. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you, along with Lizzie, to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside, telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why? Duh.
I said why, and it'll be fun. Duh. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides use the phone a lot. Excluded a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
Spire Kid, do you want to? I don't know. Please, Spire Kid. When have I ever had a bad idea? Whenever we play with you. Wow. I wasn't asking you. Okay, I'll stay. I hope this is as fun as you're promising it will be. Lizzie looked at you, deadly serious. It's the most exciting idea I've had all week. Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you. Right. Oh, shit! I accidentally skipped over. Whoops. That's right, I got the rewind button. Satisfied that neither of you were about to bail on her, Lizzie thought over her options while you watched. After a few seconds, she clapped her hands together and beamed, apparently having settled on something without asking either of you.
Okay.
I'm going to be a professional golfer, Spire Kid. You and Cove can be a beach volleyball player, a gymnast, or a tennis player. Why can't we pick anything we want? Because I have a fun idea, that's why. And we have to play sports as adults? Yep. But there's other kinds of sports too.
Right?
It isn't the same. What do you think, Spire Kid? Don't those choices sound super cool? you want to be that, huh? I don't want to pick sides. I'll be nice. I kind of like those. Lizzie beamed at you, happy at least one of you liked her idea. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! That's more like it. Oh yeah! Which one sounds the best to you? Out of my list still. Cove was not impressed with Lizzie's attitude, though he didn't bother talking more about it now. You thought over the list of possibilities. Beach volleyball, gymnastics, or tennis. Out of all of them, you'd prefer to play... I don't like sport, but, go beach volleyball. If you couldn't spend the afternoon at the beach for real, then you might as well pretend you were there. You could even wear your swimsuit to make it seem more realistic. Although Lizzie probably wouldn't let you run off and do that now that she had you there. Yes, that was clearly the top option. I guess I'll be a volleyball player.
All right.
How about you, Cove? I'll have a volleyball team too. Lizzie threw her hands in the air, making an annoyed sound. You guys can't be the same thing. That's not how it works. You didn't say that. The rule is picking from the list. You can't keep adding more. Lizzie looked at the two of you, then shook her head, resigned to losing this battle but not the war. Fine, you're both volleyball players, but you're on the same team because there's only one. Lizzie's ponytail bobbed when she proudly stretched her arms wide. The Olympic team! What? We're Olympic athletes who just competed in the Olympics. Hope didn't seem that all impressed with the announcement. He made a face and adjusted the glasses on his nose. That's really specific.
Rude.
That's what makes it fun. Anyway, Lizzie marched back and forth in front of the both of you, getting lost in her own imagination. I won all gold medals, and people are calling me the next Mickey Wright. Who's that? Lizzie stopped on the spot and turned on him, his brown eyes shining with impatience. Doesn't matter if you know who she is. It's golfing. You guys won medals too. Your team placed at silver. It's more real life if we're not all first place. I don't know what to say. You stayed silent and looked at your hands. Next to you, Cove leaned toward Lizzie with a frown.
Sorry.
Lots of people losing the Olympics. Them's the breaks. And you're the one who did, not me. Lizzie looked taken aback by Cove's declaration, as though the thought of her losing was completely absurd. No way! It wouldn't make sense. I'm already practicing my golf game. She took a golfing stance to make her point, pretending to swing her club and hit an invisible ball. So what kind of house do you want to live in? Bob hadn't changed his mind about winning, but thinking about where he'd live as an adult appealed to him. Apparently, because he looked back at Lizzie with some kind of the anger fading. I'm going to live on the beach. Lizzie made a face at him, poking out her tongue. That's kind of boring. We already have that. Nope, not like the normal houses we have here with a street. On it. Right on the sand, by the water. Just like that, all the tension was back. You hadn't even had a chance to choose where you would want to live. That's not very smart or that's not very fun or smart, Cove. Can't live on a bunch of sand and shells. But I want to, and I will. Cove narrowed his eyes at Lizzie, even though she stood half a feet taller than him. Didn't give out a list of things to pick from this time, so I'm picking that. Why are we even playing pretend if we can't imagine anything?
Jeez.
Well, I'm gonna live in a mansion far away from here, and far away from you. One with an indoor pool and a place to practice my award-winning golfing.
It's not fair.
How come you were yelling about mine when your idea is even more impossible? Lizzie's face flushed red, her hands falling into fists at her sides. It's not impossible, and it's better than yours. Disagreements always seem to crop up when two of them were together, and you always felt like you were stuck in the middle. No shit. But when it came to the topic at hand, this time you thought, Though being on the beach was cooler. You wouldn't want to live on a beach. It'd be really great. You could have windows made from driftwood and seashell wind chimes. Ugh. He smiled slightly over the argument and turned to Lizzie with bolstered confidence. You can swim whenever you want to if you live on the beach. We can still swim anytime we want from where we live now. Being a little closer doesn't mean anything. Says you. The two of them scowled at each other. You're being so unreasonable, you... I don't get what you want. It doesn't make sense.
Ugh.
It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working at each other up as long as they could. Nothing you said so far had kept them from being mad. Thankfully, like a green card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed to her, hanging on to the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Spire Kid, it's time to get ready to go.
You alright with that?
Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said that she'll walk you home, so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself. But...
Bye.
Spire Kid. There was still a harsh edge to the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight.
Huh?
Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You were playing nice with our new friend, weren't you? There's probably not going to be any point in lying. They were fighting, Cove and Lizzie, the whole time. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as Mom put both hands on her hips. Elizabeth, I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was...
That's enough.
No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault, too. But it was over. Ah, right. We better get a move on.
Let's go.
Now, Lanny, where'd you leave the car keys? Mom hustled you all out of the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen into the car, but she didn't say anything. Your parents noticed she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked what she'd like to listen to. Yeah, this is fair for her. You picked your favorite. No, right here. You choose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that would cheer her up. You were happy to see it brighten her right away, and she started singing along with you. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it. So you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, but you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had been going to ever since you could remember. The whole afternoon had a bunch of shouting. You hadn't been able to stop, but you could kind of tell that this all happened Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, following the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew what was coming when you got all back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke, only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened the doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
So?
Now then, Mr. Holton's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things up before the day's done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet everyone's eyes. She nodded once. Good, let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. It was only happening because you told on Lizzie. felt a little guilty, like I betrayed my sister. Yeah, you could still remember the look on Lizzie's face. There was no doubt she felt that way about it. Lizzie could hold a grudge if she was really upset. Would she hold this over you? Hope not. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, kept her gaze on her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in an overnod, sullen. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and she began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed a button on the base. Suddenly you could hear the phone ring and she turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple of times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through the upper end. Evening, Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mommy unsure. She nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's, Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
Lizzie Dragon? What a surprise. But of course you could say hey to the boy. She sounded cheery as usual, though it definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Hi, Cliff. Noel, Annie, Sparkin, and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. I spoke up to say hello to. Hi. The gang's all here, huh? Something the matter? Voice grew a little bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No. Well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. They were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. Does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good. He didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far, because you could still hear him calling out. Cove? There's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you.
Are you sure?
Spire Kid's on the other end listening too. Wanna say hi? Took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed one-sided, since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hey! Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too, because he sighed quietly. I want gold. I want gold. And I think Spire Kid should win too. Really? You thought you were worth gold even though you hadn't even wanted it? Lizzie was momentarily stunned silent by the demand. She probably forgot that it even happened already. Alright, we all win the gold. Okay. I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wonder if she thought that he'd refused her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? Couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had to come off uncomfortable the entire time, really.
Yeah.
You could go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first, though. Bye, Lizzie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Spire Kid. Perked up at the mention of your name. He smiled, even if he couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. That said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left, since Mr. Holden spoke up.
that's a relief.
All is well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go now too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you very much for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile at Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Money returned to the phone, taking it off the speaker. They continued talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal with that thought. Everything was finally back to normal, and with that thought, you retreated to your own room with a spring in your step. Alright, just gonna take a little bit of a break and give my voice a little bit of a rest. Don't go away, we'll be right back. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Sorry for that long wait. Just had to go to the bathroom. Alright, now we are back in this. Jerky, are you still here? We only have one more step to go with, and that is the sand castle. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out at the shoreline on one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering in blue. Another reminder of the places he couldn't go. What you've heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. The possibilities of what he might get up to made you anxious. You thought about it how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad. But now he was here, with you and Shiloh, and Lizzie and everyone else, he couldn't even go into the sea. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you had grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else feels the same about Sunset Verde as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you have been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah.
Oh.
I'm sorry. You're going to be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. So pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids.
Yeah.
Swimming might be fun, if we could. But it's not like there's anything we can do about it. Obviously not interested in hearing much of your input on this situation. Cove turned back into the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around when you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectations stare on him. I'll play too. I never really made one before.
Okay.
He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you've ever seen him, guided the two of you through his process. It didn't take long for the three of you to have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine is going to be a real castle.
Cool.
It's going to be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to make... castle sounds cool. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decide to build a fancy castle. The better part of this next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. Seems he got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of the shells, but there were still options. The first thing you reached for was a... I like blue seashell. It was the best fit for your castle, you decided. The blue color of it still reminded you of the clear water. So you tucked it away somewhere secure inside, barely poking out to make sure it didn't get lost. Pleased with your result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Excuse me. Both Cove and Shiloh seem super immersed still. You know you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. No, what? Excuse me. I checked out Cove's sandcastle. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in the cast. He must have really worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was then broken. What's on top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
It's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. You really know a lot about this. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Spyro Kid, can I see what you did? Sure. Scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. The castle you built was pretty impressive, all things considered. It had archways, tall walls, and even a little moat circling it. You would probably feel safe living there. Maybe your moms were the queens. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey, Spyro Kid, what did you do? I made a castle. Shiloh didn't look so happy anymore. Both built castles?
Yeah.
That's neat. How you guys match. It's too bad we didn't do it. We didn't all do it. Next time we should. Wouldn't that be boring? If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special.
Why?
Why not? Everybody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Both then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the screen hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. Didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Spyro Kid? He blinked, not expecting the question. Thought hard. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him. But you knew him better at this point. Now that you had thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. Or pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued.
Oh.
Well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Spyro Kid's parents and my dad met the same day I met him. I'm gonna say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His head cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they wanted is important too. I say something? I'll say something. I think Shiloh wants to talk too. Huh? We're talking, just not right now. We're talking, just not right now. I'm talking to you. He can listen. Shiloh's expression barely flickered at the words. Still looked put off. Cove continued like the interruption had happened. He was determined to tell the tale. When he moved here, We didn't bring a lot of things with us. Only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there. The ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Is that it? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. Okay, that was a pretty bad story. Cove didn't seem to accept the critique whatsoever. You said you didn't know what happened when your parents met. I told you. Not very much happened. Well, that's how it went. I didn't make it up. Cove was just not understanding the issue here. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Well...
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved to here. Dad showed me the beach first, before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brows frowned a little more as he quietly raked his hands for the sand. I get it. He thought Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach, and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other, and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey Shiloh. Yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know. I guess. Okay. It's kind of weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched. And he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw. But it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't look just sad. He seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what. But you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses. And nobody's named Cove.
Who asked you to come?
It was probably just your dad bugging Spire Kid's family some more because he didn't have anyone else who would ever play with you. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to even mention. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about. Though you hadn't even known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. Yeah, I'll just say, hey, let's build another sandcastle. The day's gonna be over soon. Ah! Spire Kid, you're right. The sun is going down so fast. Y'all went back to making some more buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. At least you tried to do something to resolve it. Though, and it seemed like it helped. Even though Shiloh smiled when he said goodbye to Cove wavered, stayed as bright as ever for you. That had to count for something. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew that it was time for you and Cove to head back to your own houses. followed him as he made his way out of the stand. The walk home was quiet, passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. I asked Cove what he was thinking. The prospect of asking made you nervous, but you did anyway. Hey, is everything, okay?
Oh.
I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why did Shiloh act like that? When I said he was all read a lot. I'm gonna probably go with that he just gets embarrassed. I'm not sure exactly why, but I'm just gonna go with this as my best guess, as far as I know. He gets embarrassed. Embarrassed? But I didn't say anything that bad. It might have upset him anyway? I guess I can get it. Why he would do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite simply coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey, Spiral Kid. Was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your mums about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Ah, dear. Yeah, I think I'll probably be honest at this point. Better now than never. I decided to tell him about how his dad offered me money. Well, remember how you talked about how our parents met and I didn't know what happened? Yeah. I kind of had something happen that you don't know about when I met your dad. As you struggled to find the right words, Cove looked at you passively. You wilted under his gaze, breaking eye contact. You stared at the ground. I was walking home and your dad was sitting in front of the house. It must have been after you ran away. My mums weren't there either. I think they were looking for you. Your dad saw me. Got up and came over. Mr. Holden told me that he just moved into the house next to mine. You snuck a look at Cove. He was still listening, his expression as plain as before. You paused for a moment, wondering if you should really keep going. Yeah, I'm telling the truth. Even if it was supposed to be a secret, you thought Cove should still know. Your dad wanted you to have a friend, so he offered me money. $20. Cove was so still, you thought he hadn't heard you. Then his eyes widened. His mouth fell open, but no sound left him. Silence stretched between you. So tense that it was almost agitable. You shifted from one foot to another, and your hands tensed up. Cove? Instead of speaking, he closed his mouth. His eyebrows bent up, crinkling his forehead. He looked more sad than surprised now. He was going to cry. Certain of it. I didn't take it. The money. I didn't want it, honest. Cove raised his hands and brought them under his glasses. His fingers pressed over his eyes, hiding them from your sight. Then, right in the middle of the street, the tears began to fall. His shoulders shook with the force of his sobs. You could glimpse wetness through the cracks of his fingers slipping down his cheeks. You opened your mouth, but you had no idea what to say. What did I even do? I stepped closer. He tried to reduce the distance between the two of you. But Cove shook his body from side to side, rejecting your presence.
No!
Go away! Blenched at the shout. As you stood there listening to him cry, you felt... bad about everything, yeah. You wish you were still making sandcastles on the beach. Before Cove was sad. Before Shiloh was mad. Everything had been so much better then. Cove continued to weep with his face covered by his hands. Worse, his voice raised in volume. You were frozen in place. The situation was so awful, and you kept feeling worse every second. I'm sorry, Cove. You spoke earnestly. All you could do, and it wasn't enough. You heard a door opening. You flinched, expecting to see one of the mean old grandparents preparing themselves to yell at you. At this hour, most people weren't around, either because they were working or down in the town, but the grandparents rarely left the house, except to complain at children making noise in the street. You didn't want Cove to have to deal with that right now. You tried to come up with something you could do for him, for the situation, for anything. But the door that stood open now didn't belong to the grandparents. To your utter surprise and relief, it was Cove's own. Dad was already home. As he peeked out his door, Mr. Holden momentarily looked unsure. Perhaps he had suspicions on the noise outside, but wasn't entirely positive. Though a kid crying is pretty distant, and there aren't a lot of kids. Maybe he didn't want to believe something might be wrong with his son. His face fell as he spotted the source of the commotion. It was pained and it was scared, and it reminded you of the one he learned the first night he met Cove. Mr. Holden didn't go down the steps in front of his house, but he just jumped right over them and stumbled into a run. He skidded to a stop before Cove, bent down on one knee, and then suddenly cupped Cove's teary face with his hands.
What's wrong?
Are you hurt anywhere? Cove continued to cry, unable or unwillingly to confound an explanation. Not taking his hands from Cove, Mr. Holden turned to you for an explanation, his eyes wide and imploring. He wanted to know if you tried to make him hang out with me. I told him about the money. As he spoke, Mr. Holden's chest rose while he inhaled a deep, shaky breath, culminating in a gasp at your final words.
What?
Why would you? He clamped his mouth shut, shaking his hand. Faced his crying son again. No, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done something like that in the first place. He cast his eyes down, sighing. When he next spoke, it wasn't a part of a conversation anymore. It was barely loud enough for you to catch his words. Fire Kid's only a kid. Tears were still streaming down Cove's face. Smiling sadly, Mr. Holden wiped Cove's cheeks with a thumb, furrowed his brows, and looked at the ground. When he next glanced up, his mouth was still set with determination. Mr. Holden finally took his hands off Cove. He reached for his wallet. Confused, you stared at the little rectangle that all adults seem to carry in some shape or form. It had been the source of all these problems. You were sure that Cove wouldn't want to be reminded of it right now. Mr. Holden was clearly of a different mind to you. He inexplicably retrieved another $20 bill, rolled it up, and raised it up to Cove's face. Cove's eyes were hidden behind tightly clamped fingers, so Mr. Holden poked Cove's nose with the bill. Cove picked between his hands and grunted as he saw what he had been prodded with. Even if it was surrounded by sobs, You were glad that something else had finally left Cove's mouth.
Come on.
Hey, Cove. You stop crying? I'll give you this cash if you do. Cove dropped his hands from his face. He had already been red and wet with tears, but now his features were scrunched up in a scowl. Not for the first time, he questioned Mr. Holden's tactics. He had to use two hands, but Cove firmly shoved his dad's own hand away. But Mr. Holden just chuckled at Cove's reaction and tossed the money aside. It unfurled as it flew through the air, rising below, slowly drifting to the ground. Mr. Holden took Cove's outstretched wrists and lowered them to Cove's side, stopping him from hiding his face once again. Nice, art piece. I can't remember what it's called. Cove's dad clearly wasn't going to let go. Huffing, Cove turned his whole head away, tears continuing to roll down his cheeks as he glowered at the ground. You can buy a lot of cool things with that, but it can't do everything, can it? Cove didn't respond, not even to look at his father. Mr. Holden continued. Your old dad likes to make things nice for you with the money he earns. But you're smart. You know that I haven't really done anything.
I'm sorry.
I still make you sad and upset. Just like right now. I'm sorry. Cove sniffled, the harsh line of his brow mellowing. Mr. Holden squeezed Cove's hands as he continued. Spire Kid is smart too, right? Mr. Holden spoke in a soft, encouraging tone, and Cove continued to calm. You have nothing to worry about. Except for me. Mr. Holden chuckled. Cove pursed his lips together, mulling over his father's words. Though the stream of tears had eased, drops still budded in his eyes and threatened to spill out. I love you, son. So much. More than anybody else. Sometimes that makes me a little too hasty to see you happy, and I make it all worse. I really am sorry. Crunching his eyes tight, Cove nodded. When his eyes opened again, they were red and glossy, but there were no more tears left on the precipice of his lower lashes. Aside from the occasional sniff, he was mostly back to his usual self. He swallowed.
Okay.
Though Cove had refused to echo Mr. Holden's exact words, the sentiment seemed to have been enough for his dad. He moved his hands up under Cove's armpits and hoisted Cove high into the air with a grin. Cove's hand flew to his glasses, holding them back from falling off. Cove's lips were shut tight, all betrayed by the telltale smile in his eyes that he was trying hard to hide. Mr. Holden laughed, lowering Cove so that he was securely pinned against his chest. Cove looked away, face angled to the ground. Now that his dad could no longer see him, he was allowing himself a smile. Mr. Holden might have missed it, but you didn't. Cove wriggled, pushing a hand against his dad's shoulders. Can I go back down now?
Yeah.
Mr. Holden set Cove gently on the ground, waiting until his feet found their footing before releasing him entirely. I have to do something. Wait here. As Cove wandered away, Mr. Holden's gaze stuck to him like glue. Sighed, eyes downcast. He felt weird that you only been able to stand there while the event unfolded. You weren't able to fix it. I couldn't do anything. Don't worry about it. Please. We don't need another tragedy today. He winked and you weren't impressed. Hey, I mean that. The first part, anyway. There's only so much you can do to try to fix someone else's mistake. He smiled sincerely at you. You've done plenty for Cove. Just the fact you were honest with him when his own dad wasn't proves it.
That's a relief.
Thanks for being such a good kid. I hope you'll keep spending time with the boy. As though the sound of his name summoned him, Cove returned, clutching the bill his dad had cast aside earlier. You cocked your head, and Cove's dad raised his eyebrows. Cove looked at the crumpled note, then walked over and held it out to you. I stopped crying. I don't want this. You can have it. He gave you a small smile. Behind him, Mr. Holden was still watching Cove closely, clearly relieved. You shared the feeling. Cove was making peace with the deal that happened behind his back. Nah, that doesn't seem right. I decide not to take it. Shaking your head, you push the note back to Cove. I don't need it. But I don't want it. You were in a stalemate. Mr. Holden hummed thoughtfully, tapping his head. He gazed up at the wide sky as he pretended to give the conundrum serious consideration. I know. He plucked the bill from Cove and tore it right in two. You and Cove gasped in unison. Dad, we can't do anything with it now. True. It won't work at the store like this. And but now you can split it. Crouching down, he held out the pieces to you and Cove. You both looked at the two halves. Now you reach for them. Still has value as a keepsake, a memory. And that's one of the most valuable things you can use the money on.
So...
That sounds pretty good, huh? Maybe I'm getting smarter. Wordlessly, Cove stretched out a hand and took his half. He took yours, running a finger along the jagged edge of the bill. It was cool to think that no other note would share this exact same feature. The precise peaks and trubs? How the hell do you say this word? Type it here.
Spirokid 77666. Troughs.
Okay, the precise peaks and troughs of the tear, except for Cove's, which bear them in reverse, it did feel like that there was value left in it. Ooh, I got an achievement. The deal won. Mr. Holden stood up, stretching his arms out casually. Well then, it's about time for dinner. Me and the Rugrat need to get me going in. You probably should too. I bet your moms want to see you. Alright.
Bye.
Thanks very much.
Have a good night. And thanks, Spirokid. Father and son waved at you as you turned and dashed back home. The note clenched tightly in your hand. You felt lighter. Nice, and that is all the moments left for step 1. Then summer ended. Yes, I am sure I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the five of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. You didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out? I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. He looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since he started home. He didn't look upset though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. Please, can we play just a little longer? Mom looked down at you with a sigh, and you clasped your hands together to give your pleas some extra appeal. We'll help with dinner tomorrow. Immediately nodded in agreement with the very clever offer, shifting closer to Lizzie since your parents can't possibly resist the power of you two combined. Please. Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now too. Lizzie made her case, then stopped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Well...
No.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and he knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You sent him a small smile, which he returned. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which she took as an agreement. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at times and trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? I silently made my own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? You glanced over to Cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. I stayed with Cove. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
He made a little gesture that you interpreted as, follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, and then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. I looked for my own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed, and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. That is a while away. Thought for something else to say, something positive, but words wouldn't come, as was usual for you. Cove let out a huff, flopping down into the sand. Can't believe summer's almost over. Sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the topic change. I don't want to go. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. Could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good Then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them to his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
You never had to move before, but you thought you could understand. If you had gone to a new school all of a sudden, with all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. No, I want to go back home. Right, Cove wanted to go back to his old home. That one that sat waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. He settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. It'll be alright. Sometimes when you were sad about something, your mom said that to you. In the moment, you thought it couldn't possibly be alright. Because Sir Stuff-a-Lot lost his arm, or you skinned your knee, or you couldn't possibly finish all your vegetables. But in the end, they were always right. Not gonna leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, go swimming. We're fine with him changing the subject again. Okay. You have to say swimming did sound fun, even if it was already getting chilly out. Cove smiled, then looked back at the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually. That I'd feel better then, to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove, and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that way would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. Can't see it. You can remember a long time ago when you first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day. You listen to strangers tell you what to do, and sit with kids you've never met before. Things changing is hard. I don't know if I would be able to do it, but yeah, I'll do this. I held his hand. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take a hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his past, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You gave a little nod, resting your hand on your own knees. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept his place as his new home. Definitely try to help. In what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things your Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance. Yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Spire Kit. Thanks.
Thanks.
It was nice. Where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the Wades and Summer behind. Whoop. Now we're going in between the steps. Ah yes, back to customization. I don't know if I would want to touch. Do I want freckles? Even though I really don't have scars, I kind of like them. Yeah, fine. I have on my arms? Huh, I do. That's funny. Yeah, this seems to be fine, I guess. Yeah, I'll put it relaxed. I would probably get used to my friend from 6 to 13 at this point. And just have fun, because we're going for somewhere else at this point. Choose to customize Cove yourself or let his prior experiences determine it. Good question. Good question indeed. I don't think I would really care since we're not going for his route. Jorky was there, I'd probably ask him, but it probably doesn't really matter. Oh! There.
JORKY6.
There you are. Just give me a sec here, I came back here.
JORKY6. What are Tay choices?
Just one sec here. Let me just give here first. Yeah, I'm relaxed. Yeah, so in this game you can actually customize Cove. You can customize his appearance, his personality. You can do both, or you can do neither and leave it to the choices that we made that would define his personality and appearance. What do you think we should do? Because I don't really care, because we are going for a different character. But if you're curious, Jorky, I could let you take a look and see. You don't have to decide right away if you're curious about how it works. And if you don't care, that's totally fine too. We'll just leave it randomized.
JORKY6. Personality.
Okay. So what they have here is like a 1 to 5 or something. We've got warm, affable, a mix in between warm and moderate. Moderate is candid, a mix between moderate and cold. Cold is pretty much being a quiet personality. Candid personality, affable. And for... I guess this is for knowledge or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this would be called, but...
JORKY6. Warm, sporty.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Do you not want to customize his appearance, or do you just not care?
JORKY6. Too many options.
Okay, then we'll just go with this. Yes! And speak of the devil, choose our feelings for Derek. This is how I will feel towards Derek for this step. It can be the same or different from how you feel towards Cove. Okay, I'm starting to be bashful. Obviously I would be nervous. Should I be fun or crush? Oh my.
JORKY6.
Yeah.
You choose.
Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna go for crush. Like, at least you know what I like. But you don't guys even know at this point. So, we'll do it like this, because I already know what he's about and whatever, so... Begin step 2, a nervous crush? Sure. And August has ended. September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things that to do that couldn't have been done anywhere else. Oh, pardon me. Just need to change step number when it happens, not right away. Okay. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying Sunset Bird for a while. And you know what? I'm just gonna slow down the text a little bit, so it's a little bit more animated. At school, he was alright, but he kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw, anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents were finalized. You heard your parents talking about it. Then Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too. For different reasons, you thought. Seemed like Cove and his dad might move again. But Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents, and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. Couldn't understand what had changed. Still, you worried about him. You could tell he wasn't completely happy. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal. Except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even though your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. And then there were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that sneaked across his forearm. Cove's chest popped out in pride whenever someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove probably held that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did in gym and other athletic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. The only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. We learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but that wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. I remember calling her Mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Soares. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Ko's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. Seeing Mr. Soares was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways. You had to. As time went on by, though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then before you knew it, school was over, and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, I was snuggled up in bed, celebrating my own time off by sleeping in. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Wow, get up! I started to snore loudly. You didn't get out of bed and instead made some obnoxiously loud and totally phony sleeping sounds. It was pretty annoying, but she had to bother you first. Not funny! Get up, now! I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you that your friend's at the door. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him. Say thanks or whatever.
Come on.
So come down already. Be right there. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Oh yeah, I remember back here. I think at a couple of times I was even the tallest person in my classroom. I was kind of proud of it. Well, later on in life, some people actually told me, so... I'll go with this. Your reflection hardly even fit in the frame. You're very tall. Oh, just for information, right now I'm like 6 foot. You could relate to Cove and how it felt being unusually big. He was one of the rare fellow 13-year-olds whose height was a match for your own. And I did like being tall, being the tallest. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to. So this worked in your favor. Your reflection grinned back to you. We're looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Here we go. Step 2. Second chance. Nice. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was pursuing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting. A smile instantly appeared on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Spire Kid. Thank you for coming down. Mom's at the door of Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house, just as he said. Just as she said. Mom was there making conversation. She must have heard you, because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Mom reached forward, and he knew that she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than the average for an adult woman, so you were still little in her eyes, despite being big for your own age. You let her do it. You stood by patiently, indulged your ma's wishes. She gave you 2 small taps on the crown of your head. Ah, you're the last one down today. You know that? Sorry about the wait. Oh, there's no need for that. What matters is that you're here now. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Hope was just as you remembered. Exactly how you came to know him to be. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway, as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. Looking good. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, that it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. Couldn't imagine how many folks buying this sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into precipitating. Cove smiled at the sight of you. The sting of this goofy errand he was clearly embarrassed to be on eased. Hey, Spire Kid. Smiled back. It was second nature to you. Cove had always been such a close friend, ever since the 2 of you were kids. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
You too. Your grin widened even more. Every time he came, your mood was brightened. It was already shaping up to be another long summer with plenty of time for the 2 of you to have fun together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. And with that, the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. Pretty good gift. I think so, anyway. He smiled earnestly. Cove spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. Thanks. Did you tell your dad we liked the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and since you made up your mind on what your opinion was... Pretty weird. He was sort of funny. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove, as both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. Oh, now I remember who it is. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek, just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. I was happy at the sight of him. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. There he is. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, my guys. I was just at your house. Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Spire Kid's place. You ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or that the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more, when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You're still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made of fruit.
Nice.
Can I have some? Maybe you can have some later? Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome! Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with family? Maybe they were cutting through. I'm trying to figure out what to do for his voice here. Maybe a little deep, I guess? Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small. Seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway. It kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. Well, what'd you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure. I want to see what this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunch-up expression, he came off angry. Started to have doubts about this expedition. It'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl curving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
What is it? What do you want? Sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. That it?
No.
I'm Derek. That's Spirekin and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. Not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably either. That's an understatement. Doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, sure. My parents' family's nearby, and we just happened to come to see them. Yeah. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
Wow. Okay. That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a puff, turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much. Left me home. But I'm not allowed to be myself. Be by myself. Makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid. I kept quiet. You had no idea what to say to this, so you stayed silent. Jeremy didn't even notice, too focused on ranting. How do they always make summer vacation worse every year? Turn to Cove, lowering your voice. Two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. come on. What? That was all you could say? What? Look at them! I don't have to explain. I lunged towards Jeremy. I patted Cove on the shoulder. Cove gave you a watery look in exchange for the silent support. Trying to talk to the rude boy clearly wasn't going to go anywhere. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wah. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. Can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding. By the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek shied and dismayed, flopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun. Hang out, maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But, you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point, right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. You had completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing that fruit. He must want some too. I need to save it. I don't think my family would appreciate me eating all of it.
Okay.
He sagged, still staring at the glistening fruits. But he didn't insist further. Oh. Yeah, it's a gift for the dragon family, after all. They should be the ones who get to have it. Sorry for asking. It's fine. Quiet once more descended upon your group. Cove turned towards the ocean, a peaceful expression on his face. Hey, you two remember the land before time? The fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. 3 stars.
Yeah.
Chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. I actually saw that movie before. I actually really liked it. Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. Derek didn't say anything further about dinosaurs or otherwise. For the next few minutes, the three of you watched the waves crash onto the shore. Hey, Spiral Kid. Yeah? 2 of you met eyes casually. Forget it. Okay. Yeah. Derek leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? No. I get it. Feels like there's a lot to plan for, doesn't it? What about you, Cove? Are you ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
Fire Kid! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Boss said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden brought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? It's fine, and right here. Turned your body to face her and held out the bouquet, proving that it was one piece. She inspected the fruit arrangement with a small frown.
Okay.
Alright, looks good. But if all you're doing is sitting around, you better take it back to the house now. Not just for you. She grinned, glancing at Cove, who sat beside you. Even if you did have an in with the delivery boy, that was up to Mr. Holden. Cove stifled a chuckle and gave you a conspiratorial look. Get going. This wasn't okay just because you hadn't done anything. Yet. Oh no. I think I hear the mean kid come back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. I ran.
JORKY6. I have to go. Have fun.
Alright, Jerky, thanks for coming in, hey? That was fun. Come back soon, eh? I'll probably end this in a while anyway. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down to the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped and shall live to see another day. My moms are going to be so mad when Elizabeth tells the story. Oh well. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely want to stay outside a little while longer. You had gotten a bit of a talking to for running off with the gift. Twice, even though you hadn't eaten any of it. Elizabeth was also asked to be a bit more patient in the future. In the end, the four of you had split the bouquet and the event was fully resolved. After that, Derek had rejoined you in the living room. He'd elected to stay outside for extra time so that you could face the potential scolding from your family without witnessing the embarrassment. Derek was a guy you could count on. The dust had settled from the prior events, and your moms went back to their room. So Derek was just taking it easy until his dad arrived. Mr. Suarez was meant to be there any minute to get Derek. Derek preferred not to sit, and instead took long, lazy strides in a circle around the edge of the rug. Hands behind his back and head angled towards the ceiling, Derek looked like he might have been puzzling out a crime. Probably made a half-dozen rounds when a solid knock struck your front door. That stopped Derek in his tracks. Dad's here. The both of you stepped towards the door in unison. You arrived first, since you've had half a room head start. When you pulled it open at only a crack, someone zoomed in past you. Oh, there we go. The breakneck flash of a human was still entirely recognizable. It was Derek's littlest brother, Nicholas Suarez. He shouted triumphantly. We're here! He was only 6, the tiniest kid around. Hot in his heels came the middle of Suarez's son, George.
Nicholas.
We have to stay in the car. We're going home. We're not here to play. He was 10, and his patience was being tested. The youngest one frantically shook his head. It made his hair even messier than it already was. Nicholas's hair was as wild as free as it was. Hair clips in his parents' minivan couldn't contain the energy. Which might have been surprising, considering he loved cars enough to wear a shirt covered in them. But you knew Nicholas loved Derek even more. Staying right where he was, inside of your house, at his even older brother's side, Nicholas gave Derek a hug. I came to get you. Derek bent down to scoop Nicholas into his arms in a fond squeeze, though he kept his face tilted up to make eye contact with George.
Hey.
Hey, bros. Sorry, it's loading slowly. Probably gonna have to restart my computer after. Side by side, Mr. and Mrs. Suarez trailed in. The resemblance between the parents and their children was clear. Derek and George were the spitting image of their father. George was even sometimes called Junior, while Nicholas was a mommy's boy.
Good evening.
A good evening, Spyro Kid.
Hello.
You'll have to forgive the three-ring circus visiting town. The boys just had to come. Hi.
Hi.
Goodbye.
But we can't stay. Thank you for letting Derek visit and tell your mothers I said hello. Okay. Come on, boys. All of 4 of you now. Let's give the dragon family their house back. Coming.
Yes, Mom.
Half the group trotted forward with only a word. They went past Miss Soares and out the door. She watched them go before surveying the situation with the most troublesome one. Nicholas was just bouncing around Derek, as if he hadn't heard his parent. Derek and his mom looked on with identical expressions of exhaustion-tinged affection. When an opportunity opened up between hops, Derek carefully took hold of Nicholas's small hand. Let's go to the car, Nico. You can sit next to me. Thrilled by the promise, Nicholas let out another cheer. Yeah, let's go to the car! Miss Soares left her there, trusting her eldest, and went to join Mr. Soares and George. Nicholas gripped Derek's black wristband with his free hand, stretching it outwards in his eager attempt to lead his bigger brother along. Derek stumbled forward with a chuckle, mostly to protect his band from being pulled too far, rather than Nicholas actually having the strength to move him. But he made sure not to forget you. Derek said his goodbye from over his shoulder. Bye, Guy. Bye. After their prompt entrance and equally quick exit, the whole Soares family was on their way home. You, however, didn't have anywhere to go. It was late enough that the rest of the day would be spent inside your own house. That was a while ago now. Alright, I think that's a good place to end it here for now. It looks like everybody has gone off, and it might be worthwhile to just resume this when people are on again. And that was part 2 of Our Life Beginning Always, Derek's route. Thank you guys very much for joining and watching. I'm actually quite pleased that a lot of people stayed in for quite a while. Thank you to Jorky, Kai, Shoji as well for coming in and watching and supporting. Thank you guys so much. Before I go, don't forget to follow me on Twitch, so you'll be notified of when I'm streaming again. Also follow me on Twitter, like me on Facebook, subscribe to me on YouTube for all the archives and whatnot. According to Facebook, you should get stuff about me doing stuff on the internet or whatever. And also, don't forget to join my Discord. There should be a link on my Twitch channel page. You'll be able to chat with me directly if you feel like chatting. I went to raid tonight. No, it doesn't look like it, but oh well. Thank you guys so much for watching. Don't forget to follow me on Twitch. I'm SpireKid, and I'll see you guys next time.